Oh yeah, we're almost there. Hey! We win! Dear. It'd be even better if Spellmaster was here. Alright, let's press that button, then I'm gonna go do that button, and then we get the capture back. Then I start recording and say, hello, how we doing? How's things? Then my brain goes blank. Oh yes, now I remember. Yes, I gotta stare at things to remind me. I was just playing around with this before. Engine production for this thing. So that's technically done now. Technically done. There's not really that much to it in the grand scheme of things. Is there a way I can simplify this though? It's just a little modular tack on that goes on, tacks on to the engine build, not the engine build, the Blue Science build. I was just looking at how to sort of integrate these things into a wider system. Now, I mean, I could reduce it by a tile. I just don't really want to. Where is it? Oh, I've gone past it. As is the case. Okay. So I need to get the other crap out of here somehow. Well, actually, what I need to do is look at this thing here. So, 14,400, which is two of them. We're 115,200. So I'm looking at just 2 blocks worth, which is 1 belt worth, 1/8. There's 16 columns of green science total. So this would be 2 columns worth, giving 1 belt, 14,400. Yeah, a turbo belt is stupid. It needs 0.8 of a belt, and this is 0.5 and 0.3. So I need to get sulfur on the other lane that the engines are on, and then I need to pass through the red circuits. So one of these belts needs to join up into... Now this will decide pretty much which way to go. I think out and around... Yeah, because I can move that belt, so yeah, that'd be the way to go. I nearly went the wrong way. We want to go that way. There. At least for that one. You are going to lift up to there. You want to get out of the way there. Then we're going to shuffle in what will be red circuits right there. And hopefully I can snap. No, I can't. It's just not happening. Okay, is it worth lifting that upper tile? It does change it to there. My idea was to feed through here. That way I don't as easily confuse the position. You know, and then come back around here. Problem is, with doing that, I still need to plug that in and feed sulfur on the other side. Can't go through here because it's too far, and there's only one tile. So do I want to split? That begs the question. Do I want to split the stuff? I also don't like the fact that it weeble wobbles around like that. Let's just put that on the back burner for now. I have a feeling that's going to be necessary because of the space requirements. Bam. You go into there, you go into there, and you go into there. and you're going to fill up with engines. I think I'm going to want a splitter, realistically. There's Wally. How you doing? Welcome on in. Bam. Now, I gotta press that. Apparently, I thought I was following you. Apparently, I'm not. Because I kept... I was... Yeah, it was yesterday. I was... Yesterday? Yeah, it was yesterday. I was trying to see if you're online. I was like, I don't see you online. Then I looked at the red circuit thing and was like, yeah, you're online. And it's like, ah, now I gets it. Yeah. What are you up to? Ah, eco. Yeah, because I wanted to check out... blame Calder. Yeah, it's Calderon's fault. It's definitely true. Sounds about right. I saw you were, what was it yesterday? It was tight roping. It feels very tight roping on a little precarious row of blocks, and going to be playing eco for the next year or so at the pace he's progressing. It's either the asteroid's going to get you, or it's the lack of progress. I've already blanked out on what the hell I was doing. Well, so what I am doing is working on this monstrosity. Calderon, the heretic. Hey, what also? Calderon? Caledon. I consciously, for some reason, I always say Calderon. I don't know why. It's not even close to the right spelling. There's a few people where I'm like that. Yeah, it's a cute little mini science factory. We're just working on what produces one blue belt of, or one green belt of blue science, which will then expand out to make 8 more belts of blue science. Been called very weird things. Oh yeah, I've heard some hilarious things for different names over the years. What's complaining? Why is complaining? Is this gonna trying to do the old Oh, you're gonna be like that now, are you? Fine. I'll actually go there. I'm in the editor at the minute. JD impresses though manages to say it correctly when he doesn't say Kale Dawn on purpose. I don't do it as much, but I used to do stuff like that. Just try and purposefully butcher names. The problem is that some people used to get really upset about it. You want a thingy there. Celadon. Squidward Dawn? Something like that. I'm just sort of firing from the hip there. Well, pipe doesn't really... I could actually just do that. It's such a distraction. This is so inconsequential, what I'm doing right now. The name of a genie. Like you're dreaming of a genie or something. Actually, I like that. Gets it right out the way. Yeah, sulfur goes in there. It still doesn't explain the red circuit situation, which is right here. Maybe I'll have to pull them in. There. No, that one was off. When Celadon was at the gates of Istanbul. Yeah, it's pretty fitting. extend all that out, and then... Actually, that might not work. Because, yeah, it's 0.8. I actually need 2 belts coming in. So, splitter is no good. What? Oh. I see what I've done. So I'm just trying to make some sense out of this nonsense that I've been throwing down. Something that I don't do as much these days is throwing down just the most incomprehensible belt weaving. I do miss a good belt weaving. You live by the old adage, you don't win friends with salad. Who put that substation there? It's mildly inconvenient. When I say mildly inconvenient, it's incredibly inconvenient. There we go. That doesn't look awkward at all. This time you eat salad, you get a picture. We're just going to take a picture of your head buried in the salad. Or a picture of you eating it like a rabbit. Alright, you... You got it the wrong way round. It's meant to be like that. And then you go in there. People take advantage of the full speed of bells, and we don't have the independent undergrounds of speed. Weaving isn't really viable. Pretty much why I haven't really done it. That is basically why I haven't done it, is you just don't need to anymore. And usually what happened is I always inevitably end up spending like 5 hours trying to figure out how to weave them in just the right way that it actually works and makes sense, and it's just such a waste of time. Oh yeah, there's failed attempt 1. I was trying to do a lot of direct insertion, but realistically at the end of the day this is a better way to do it. Oh, that reminds me. Thinking about containers and chest to chest, there was a sneaky update a few days ago with a undocumented optimization to container UPS. So, quote unquote, large containers are not as intensive on UPS. I say quote unquote because there wasn't any real number given to it. I'm gonna go round. When I say round, I mean through. Mainly because I can. There. Yeah, so my understanding of the whole UPS on chests thing was you needed a container with over 500 slots to really see a noticeable impact. Alright, so what we want is something that slots in... Hang on, I've done something wrong. I know what I've done. Yep, that's supposed to be there. It does change things a little bit. as a refresher, I was checking yesterday, and all I could find was people who were testing really big numbers, but nothing that was really... Yeah, you don't need to be there, you beacon. I need to actually sneak actual connection in there, not a an infinity pipe too. You, and you. Realistically, I could probably get rid of the splitter now. The reason for that is that so the reason I get rid of it is I can have a line that has a single element on it for longer. But I'm not seeing an easy way through there, so I'm going to choose to ignore the problem and just do that. Just keep it on one belt. Also, the splitter will break it up. It'll break up the long... it'll be a long line otherwise, and the splitter will break it up. "10% veggies, 80% meat, and 10% dressing." That's an interesting salad. See the effect of chest capacity. If you have a large number of chests, you don't need a specific size. It was something I just saw, and I was like, I need to fix that, and I've just blanked out on what it was. Near perfect Wally salad. The Wally approved salad. Alright, then we want that, and then that, and then that. So one thing I'm not so keen on with Space Age is, like, you don't really need much factory. When you break it down, there's actually not that much factory going on. Coming back to here. Just want to see what the raw is. So it's just the engines is the molten stuff I care about. So... I mean, I realize that in the engine there's a little bit going to yellow there, but it's basic. In the scheme of things, it's basically nothing. Like if I pump that up to its proper numbers, it's 6 machines providing to electric engines versus 70 providing to blue science. There's a bit of a an offset, a bit of an order of magnitude or two there. All right, molten iron. It's just going to include. Oh, I can do it here actually. Yeah, so steel... Oh, that's just all steel. Because that's all... even just numbers don't mean anything. It's 500,000 steel a minute. Alright, 31,000. Right there. It's basically 2 casters worth. It's what it actually is. And I've got a lot more than 2 there. But it's easier to have more of these running intermittently than a lot, or a few running all the time. There's always a balance. Hooray! Again, we need to call up Spellmaster. He could do so much winning. For those that don't know, whenever he plays the game, he gets his skull drummed by kookaburras. And we laugh every time because it's hilarious. I feel like there... Yes, there is. I was like, I see Tangle, but I can't see Tangle. There. Well, you can stay tangled. I guess you can't stay tangled. Oh, now you're out in the way. I don't even know what I'm doing anymore. Do I even know what day it is? I mean, I do know it's Friday. That row's fine. You know, you really just got to spend a good amount of time organising your substations, you know? Oh yeah, you can't go there. That's why the thing got pushed down, as so it actually fits. Yeah, that one's closed because like it can't go in there. So yeah. Go there. It's just that one in there. There's a bit of a... Oh, and that one there. There's a bit of a... bit on the wall. There. Oh, see, I was thinking maybe I can push the beacon down. No, I can't even do that. The splitter's in the way. Source code also stored on quality badge or compiled by... It should be stored on there. I do have a copy of it if you need it. Is it on... I don't think I actually uploaded GitHub in the end. I remember now too, the... what am I thinking of? The ring LEDs are broken up into a class that turns it into like a more well, I say mini, it's more of a mini class that's broken up so that you can write a 16-bit value to it to set the LEDs instead of it just being it like remaps the ports to the pins to something sensible. There's a bunch of things that are meant to be there, but I didn't have time to implement properly. You can... There's a command, I forget what it was. You can actually send to it to set the RGB colors. I don't think that program is listening because it's sort of constantly updating the LEDs. Alright, so yeah, circuits, and sulfur. There was a bunch of things I wanted to do. First of which is have a look at this thing here. So this is a little something that I prepared earlier. That I'm going to save a copy of. And then I need to grab... In fact, I'm going to update the book, which would be the smart move. So wherever green is, or blue is, green is doesn't need any of this crap. It's actually quite an easy one to deal with. Grab all of you and down to here, like so. Get rid of our extra beacons there, and that is our new and improved blueprint. First idea, we try and let it cycle through all 16 million colors somehow. If you can get it to produce 16 million colors, individually distinguishable 16 million colors, I'll be impressed. I think mine, it was limited to like 0 to 100 for intensity values, and it interpolates those 0 to 100 to the 8 or whatever 16-bit value. I forget what it is for the PWM driver. Actually, is that the PIO one? No, it's just the PWM one. I think I theory crafted the PIO driver for those, but never actually made it. No, it's just completely blanked out. Yeah, I already copied that. I've copied that. So I need to dip back to the actual save. So we'll save this. Native. And this has a twofold benefit. Dipping back to this to the actual save. I need to rejigger the builds a little bit. Plus, we also get to watch the Go-Go Mobile. Which is extra loud. It is crossing the 3 million threshold. I thought it already did cross the 3 million threshold. 4. Stat UPS. 7, or 3, 2, 1, and 3/4 of the way there. Look at all that Promethium. The thing that's kind of sad about this is you can't actually reasonably store this Promethium. I did actually look into storing Promethium inside like cryo plants. I nearly said cryo chambers. I guess it's basically the same. The cryo chambers, you know, just fill it, surround it in beacons, and fill it full of speed modules, so it collects as much as physically possible. You know, it stores. Well, this one's storing 400 at the minute. The thing is that that's not really comparable to the 5x5 tile. It kind of is comparable to. But at the same time, like, once you factor in, like, actually looping belts like this underneath, then you're not really gaining that much. I suppose you just make a super duper duper long boy platform, you know, that's like 10 times longer than this, and just really store a lot of stuff. The thing is, though, is that this thing, which does a fast, shallow run, is probably going to outperform it. Yay, it's 55. How you doing? How's your week been? It's near, if not approximately, Friday. Yeah, where are we at? Yeah, we're slowly sliding up the curve right now. We're at 563, 563-ish? 550, 549, yeah, 550, 552, and we peak out at 714 huge Promethium asteroids. And if you can make any of this nonsense out, there's a lot of Promethium asteroids in there. Longboy is more lag as well. Yeah, it just doesn't add. There's no benefit to any of it. Oh, why are you struggling on power? That's troubling. Seeing the accumulators flash like that. Yeah, like these are going for it. Are you struggling on power? The fusion should be just barely enough to sustain it. Oh wow, it is actually rising though. Yeah, it's just steadily rising, so I may need another slowdown. It'd be fun if there was a fuel that used Prometheus. Oh yeah, like a super fuel almost. Like instead of using regular thruster fuel from carbon, you feed it Promethium. I suppose it could be another cryoplant recipe. Lasers active, likely there's a power issue. It's probably all the ones on the side that are constantly going off now. Because those were never really taken into consideration. I mean, this thing is really way beyond what it was ever intended to do. This thing is only really certified for like 400k into the beyond. I don't actually know if it can even... It might not actually be even able to wrap around before it can actually count how long it's been in there for. Are doing anything? An attempt is being made. Like the huge asteroids down the side here. Some of them might break some up. Like, they got it down to 2,500. It's because I got rid of the diagonal railgun, and it's now a straight railgun. But yeah, they spend most of their time just shooting at the giant ones. You can see them hitting the few random hits. Yeah, like they do. If a huge one does, like this one here, does get a little too close, they will take it down. But again, it's really meant for way closer to the edge than what we're at right now. What a mess. I'll check back on that in a little while. Oh yeah, I was meant to test this crap too, and I never did. What we'll do is we'll squirrel this away for now, and think about it later. There was a little something that I hadn't really considered in my approach that I should have done, as I just check things. Yep. So the way I've laid this out is, like, it's minimum space for the science, but what I really need to be doing is laying it out for the trains, which means I'm probably going to need to pick it up and move it slightly. Because the amount of space it's going to require. Like, so for example, where do we want this thing? Probably just touching that tip there. Like just about here. I want to try and give it some space away from down here, ideally. That's sort of been my main goal, but it's... this map is not really forthcoming with that kind of thing. I could actually just move it all the way over there. Have an entire science island. Trouble is, on the one hand, I do want things reasonably close together. On the other hand, I don't want to get things too far apart. And I don't really want to just pick up everything and move it like over on this island or over on this island just for lols. What I might do is just push it further up though. Yeah, make like that the dividing line. That was the first problem, was that or the first issue I was foreseeing was that I was not really allowing enough space. What I need to do is really build it for the trains first. And that's where this thing comes in. So this is the input for one of the two purples. Mine is the red circuits and green circuits, which are going to be its own thing. Which I also don't actually know how I'm going to do yet. That's a future me problem. You almost see that one coming, couldn't you? If I like drop this here somewhere, you know, where the game looking at blueprints just has a bad day. In fact, I'm going to push it all the way over to here. Say, yeah, somewhere there. Just thinking. Just how much do I care to actually put it on rail grid? Trouble is, if that's the input, the build needs to be up like this. So like if I had the track there, the bottom of the track are actually on like that line there, and it's because of the way this thing necks down, it's or shrinks down, it's just getting very tight, and it starts pushing into the starter base. It really needs to be up like this, and then all the way across. It also means I can I have a standard module, so if I want to double things, I can quite easily. Huh. You're being damaged. Yeah, it's starting to fall behind now. I think it might be time to do a bit more of that. Let's turn off 2 more and bring it down to 300-ish. Should get it. Yeah, it's a bit under 300. A lot under 300. Is that bringing up to 300? Should be a bit over 300. I'd like it to get there in one piece, ideally, and it doesn't have any more railguns to really help it along. It's probably out of repair packs. Oh no, it's using repair packs. It's not far off running out of repair packs. That's still running into running into stuff. All right, slow it down. It goes. Slow it down a little bit more. Now, realistically, there's going to be quite a few lines coming in. What am I looking for? I actually did think about that. If it worst comes to the worst, I can just slap in some repair pack crafting. It's probably something I really should do for a Promethean platform. It's just that, again, going into the Shattered Planet is a bit of an anomaly for it. So that's the first step. Then there's the unload. So that would go Mirage. That would go. Oop. I didn't shift click that. You're gonna go lurk, play some alters, try and get your head around it. So maybe some stuff for YouTube for the first time since before Christmas. Alrighty, have a good one, Conrad. Thanks for stopping by, and thank you again, Wally, for the raid there. Oh, actually, that's actually the ultimate test. Apparently, I'm not following you either, which I know I was definitely following you previously. I mean, it's not really it's not really a mystery at this point. We know about the random unfollowing stuff. Been a plague for as long as I can remember. It's funny actually, because I recently cleaned out people that I hadn't seen online in multiple years. I think I did that back in like January. So yeah, that's the one purple unload. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4 stone, brick. It is stone, but it gets turned into brick right on the spot. And then 16 stone unloads, and then 4 more brick on the other side. Should post the blueprint for this monstrosity in the RC Discord be done? Yeah, so my plan is for this playthrough is to have a book of every planet. I mean, admittedly, it's a bit of a mess at the minute, but yeah, the plan is to have a book of, the book of Nauvis, Vulcanus, Gleba, Fungora, and Aquilo. Probably Gleba's the most built out. Yeah. The Lord and Savior of Tentacles is here. The most valuable book. It's almost like you can tell which planet I've spent the most time on out of all the planets. I don't know if you can tell. I mean, I got so much moldy science for you to play around with. Like I got this 16 rocket to silo 60 Gleba to 16 silo build right there. It auto deletes the excess to keep it fresh. Just shows which is the best planet. There's this thing here which does everything you need to launch rockets all in one go. That's the silo for the bioflux. There's like a whole, farming tiles already laid out. Oh, that's the old silo. That one could probably be deleted. That's the old everything Gleba. There's oh yeah. Oh, that's what 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. So that is 110,000 Gleba science a minute, plus bioflux and carbon fiber over there. I think I earmarked that one for the I was going to split them out, 1 carbon, 1 bioflux. Frustrates a lot of people, challenges solving the puzzle. Gleba is one of those things which it's difficult until you get into a different mindset. Then it's a lot easier. Yeah, there's my Gleba, starter Gleba. It's meant to be blue, but you can downgrade it. It's still a work in progress, this one. I'm trying to make it such that it can be upgraded. So like you can start beaconing it and such. But it's not very... there's sort of belts everywhere. I don't like it. And there's another one I've been thinking about. This is the latest one I've been thinking of. Just really simplifying the belt ring down. And the idea is you can put beacons in the corners and on the back, and then stack multiples of these. Actually... No. But yeah. I've been busy. Yeah, Gleba's the most different, and it offers the most interesting variation in the logic puzzles. Everyone's easy, your builds are always very different for each planet. So like that. I enjoyed Aquilo up until the point when I started building out the big stuff. Like just heat piping gimmick for me just wore off after a while. Just as it became a gimmick, as I say. Yeah, like here's the thingy. Again, the build itself, I think I did actually, yeah, I do trash ice if it comes to it. Fusion on Aquilo was not fun at all. No, it wasn't. That took me a long time to figure out. Yeah, this thing will trash ice now when it gets too backed up, so it makes more rocket fuel to refill the heating towers. At the same time, though, the stuff is bot delivered, and you'll see bots moving around. I was actually a little disappointed with Aquilo. Like the brain blob enemy got scrapped. You can put trains on Aquilo. Like, you can put these into the water, and you can, you know, build floating railways. It's just that there's no point. Like, I've tapped... by the time you get to Aquilo, the lithium and the fluorine that you mine is all you ever need, and the oil by that. Like, there's still 4,700%. It's just, don't need it. I think the lithium is starting to run out, only because I'm really, like, you know, pump jacks. I think there was a pump jack there as well. Like, and there was only ever not that much there in the first place. But yeah, it's it's only through just sheer time and quantity that I've been pulling out that it's actually started drying up. I mean, I've got 3.4 million there, which is basically infinite. I freely admit that after spending a few hours trying to wrap my head around Fusion and Aquila, I was so fed up. It's basically at the end of their playthrough, I looked through blueprints to understand it properly. That's how it ends up coming up with, I mean, so this thing, it's basically just a variation on one I saw elsewhere. I just added space for heat pipes. And there was a fair bit of tinkering, and then, yeah. I should actually save this as a... I say that, it is saved as a blueprint, I believe. Yeah, there it is. It's Aquilo certified. I'm actually sure how much it... very similar to one. Yeah, these things kind of force you in that direction. Because, like, to chain the outputs together, you got to connect these together, but you can't cover up both. So it's either got to go up or down, and so you might as well just keep going like this. And there's no, like, plasma pipe, which is probably the most annoying thing. And yeah, if you want to get more out of it, you got to put, like, something there, there or there. You know, there or there. And if you put it back here... There was a reason why you couldn't. Did I? Oh, no. No, that's fine. Yeah. Basically, I want to make it as tight as possible. And then the output pipes are all the way up there. So you don't need anything down in here other than some stations. And then you do it like this. Like, then you got two tiles to bring the pipes out. And so it can either connect into there, like that, or like that, and span across like that. But you can't actually do it like that because you've got to get a heat pipe in there. And so the headache commences. And yeah, that's where all the headache went. And as you can see, the answer is to use that point there as the four-way junction point. This is the month. The month is the month. How you doing? Whoop. Whoop. That's the most unenthusiastic whoop. Thank you, Raj, for that, Prime. Did you get better pipe? They removed... Yeah, they removed the flow thing. It's just, like... it's kind of like how the electric network works now. There is... For a machine, there is a flow, like a limit to how much they can input and output. But there isn't, like, the interpipe flow. I didn't know when he'd a message or used the... I forgot I had this month. So, whoopities. It's very easy to make legendary pipe. Just take legendary eye and bam, legendary pipe. It's not shiny enough. It needs to be... It can't be gold plated. It's got to be made of actual gold. Ye olde dry hairy trees. Alright, so yeah, a line to get in, and then a line to get out, is what I'm trying to do here. Ah, there we go. It's very interesting how the spiders were choosing to place it down. Okie day. You. Oh, I didn't account for the train hanging off the end. Also, shouldn't this lot have train stops in them? Yes. Are these Oh, they're legendary, that's why. Do I have crap for that? Probably don't. I need to start organizing this thing. It's sort of just an random assortment of blueprints. Some that just downgrades all the like if for whatever reason these are high quality, then or higher quality, might as well fix it. Because all it does is give health. There's no reason to have quality of any of this stuff. Oh, you've actually used the shiny pipe. It actually did something? Or was it just shiny pipe for the sake of shiny pipe? Do I have mods? On this playthrough? No, this is meant to be pure Space Age. So this is the first playthrough. This is my... Admittedly, it's been going for months. I've been playing this since it came out. And because it's the first one, I've been keeping it unmodded. That one's the train, not the other one. Alrighty. You go there. That goes there. Okay, there is enough room. Good. Good. Then we want some room immediately after. I'm going to put one tile afterwards so I can actually see it. That's always handy dandy. If I was to play modded, just thinking about it, opining even, if it was to stay base game, I don't want that there, I want that. Yes. It would be... Just trying to think. I would probably have at the bare minimum, like if it was base game, like if it was a regular playthrough, I would have a game that's modded so that the resource drain of regular mining drills is heavily nerfed. You know, so legendary doesn't get down to 16%, maybe it only goes down to 60% or something. Similarly with big drills, it only goes down to like 25% or something. And then I would tweak the researchers. Have a modded such that it tweaks the researchers so that mining productivity is more exponential. So you can't just keep grinding through it. And maybe make the productivities more expensive. You know, just random things like that. Outside of like K2, I'd do K2, Factorio 2 as well. Is it still K2? I would have thought it'd be K3 or something. I mean, you would imagine so. Alright, so that's where we want to be. That's our target. Go there. I'd have to write down all the other things I'd want to do to base game to make it mix up the play. Interactivity with the various prod researchers. Myself, so you can't max it out with just one planet science. Yeah, as I say, I'd have to write them all down to remind myself what they all are. Maybe make, make steel productivity depend on volcanus. There was something... Maybe even make everything beyond, like, productivity 10 just require all the sciences. So you can't just do a few. It's volcanus in particular just doesn't really contribute. And kind of in a way, Gleba over-contributes because it does rocket fuel and plastic bar and, you know, like, asteroid productivity, even though that's really a volcanus thing. As it turns out. Where is it? Not you. Low density productivity. Because yeah, it leads to asteroid reprocessing. I think Gleba leads to advanced fuels, and that's why, because it's a dependency on advanced fuels. But for some reason, it's sort of this. It doesn't depend. Like asteroid productivity should depend on Gleba and volcanus. It would make more sense. As I say, I need to write these down though, to actually remember them. So yeah, that's then the output. Ah yes, it does explosive damage, even though artillery damage is volcanus. And I think, yeah, well, there was like another one which doesn't depend on... Oh yeah, it's the laser damage and physical damage don't depend on anything else. They're basically still 1.1 or non-space age requirements, techs. They don't depend on the other planets. There shouldn't be any techs that don't require on all the planets to do infinitely. Like, this shouldn't exist. When I realized there was no... Like, this was it, I was more than a little disappointed by that. Oh, speaking of lasers, how's our platform doing? How is the Go-Go Mobile? It's halfway there. Well, it's halfway to the last quarter, is what I mean by halfway. Oh, just missed. I was paying attention. Yeah, unfortunately it's down to 270. This thing can't really afford to take any more hits, so it has to slow down. Remove the volcanus requirement for Artie, for myself. Both science and material. Maybe it requires space. I don't... what did the artillery require originally? I think it was just all the base sciences. I don't mind it requiring volcanus for the upgrades, but yeah, maybe just space science for to unlock. Okay, so we're 642-ish. So we're going up by another 100. And we should peak out at 700, over 700 a minute. It is just a sea of red promethium chunks right now. A lot of rock. But it's chugging along still. And so, what the build that I've just been doing then leads to is I need to come back over here. Wherever the heck purple science is. Here it is. Just one of them. And then that sits like right there. Oh, you know what? I wonder. He wonders. I have two of these facing each other. Instead of side by side, have them facing. I'm actually also wondering if I get rid of the input run, because it doesn't really need it. It does help with the output though. I mean, I better stick to it. It's generally better for throughput to have the input thingy. It means you can pre-buffer a train coming in. So you can assign 2 trains to every input. But yeah, that's the idea, is that there. And then there would be 2 of these. It's just that it does kind of upset the output. That's my concern. But I'm sure we'll figure it out. Like how the size of the stone build is basically the size of the current base. I am not too happy about how far behind stone is left. That's another thing that I'm not really too keen on. I need some... Hopefully you got some stuff again. Because I need some more train stops. It's got no engines. Just give you a low yield shell. Yeah, that makes sense. I need to see if someone's made a mod for hostile compatrons on Fungora. 3. Then 1, 2, 3, like that. 1, 2, 3. There. It was 3 in the middle, yeah. 1, 2, 3 to there. The middle of it is actually here. The only problem is I might have pipe reach issues with this thing. Right, where's the actual middle? So, like that. There. Nice if there was a furnace recipe to make stone into lava, and then a recipe that lets you cast lava into stone. That would be nice. That makes the most logical sense. And yeah, that would go there. But as I say, I am a little worried the pipe extent might get too big with the melters over here. Let's go! Oh yeah. Yeah, as I say, it does split these up. This belt is fine. Everything, like UPS is still a bit of an issue, but it's not. There are ways around it. It's not that big of a deal. I'm sort of at the point now where everything is, as long as you build reasonably. I mean, you can build hyper optimized, but as long as you build with a bit of forethought, you'll end up with a base which you can't easily UPS optimize outside of doing a few of the usual tricks. Alright, well that's going on. We'll get this lot to continue building that. I think the lava into brick thing was one of the first things I thought of when I was first saw casting. I was like, can you cast stone into brick? I mean, it does intuitively sound a bit of a strange thing, but without it, yeah, stone's just left behind. It just doesn't benefit from the productivity and speed boost that every other raw material gets. Actually, with all this talk of Vulcanus, I do need to visit Vulcanus again at some point. How's their inventory looking? Slowly filling up. Need to do the proper Vulcanus build. I have a build in mind. Problem is, at the same time, once you do all of the non-infinite research, you don't really need Vulcanus anymore. There we go. Alright, that should be all the good stuff. And let's rebuild. Except, yeah, I mean, the adhesion to reality in this is very loose. And if I wanted reality, I wouldn't actually play the game. The last thing we need is yet another game that tries to be realistic. Want to suffer realism and play Greg Tech or something. Although, admittedly, that's Pi. Pi is just suffering. I mean, it does try at least somewhat, but yeah, it is. It's. I feel like it's more suffering than actually trying to be realistic. What was it? It was Angels processing tries to be super realistic. And it is also painful. I think my batteries might be flat. Just putting it out there. Three six. Doesn't seem to be getting any worse. I mean, it is getting worse, but it doesn't seem to be getting that much worse. Like some of the things Angels did when he was going through the C block, specifically the high density strand casting, but that was about it. Yeah, some of the ore, like the ore process, admittedly I played this, I last played Angels a very long time ago. And some of the ore processing stuff was really good. I liked it. Like, you had to process it down. You couldn't use the materials directly. You had to process it down. I remember Angel... What's his name? Archangel was very upset when the splitter filtering was introduced. Because it trivialized his processes. And that did kind of put me off. I mean, it was sort of known already, but to know that... it really was to be as user hostile as possible kind of put me off it. It's like, to know that it is actually hostile to you. You know what? Let's grab some pipe. I remember, what's it called? The Industrial Revolution. That was the concept was interesting. The execution was questionable in places. It had some very strange choices. It had some things like, it was like even straight off the bat, it was like smelting copper plate. It was like 8 in to 8 out or something like that. And it's just numbers like that made no real sense. Never played it prior to. I played it just before that all started blowing up. I just, when that happened, I just shrugged and said, meh, go play something else. I mean, I wasn't really interested in playing it anyway. Yeah, it's exactly what I was worried about. See, pipe extent, 397. How am I going to fix that? Well, I say shrug and move on. I'd sort of written them off as a second year IT student because they talked a lot like one, and it's the kind of thing they do. You notice the patterns after a while. But yeah, I was worried about that happening. Ariana, how's it going today? Pretty good. It's quite far? Yeah, it is. So to make the trains... give the trains the space to do what they need to do, kinda gets things in the way. Or kinda upsets the extent. Which is the problem I was worried about with this base. It is... It's... it is... possible to work around it. If I was to... save. Loop to the editor. Deep into Fosso was base weight. Yeah. It's actually kind of funny you say that because I found the people who are most likely to pirate and, you know, just use other stuff, use open source stuff without crediting is open source people. Like, they'll be foaming at the mouth on one hand for software liberties, and then just be quite happily left padding all the things in their work and everything they do. Alright, does that actually reach over here? No. Oh, that's why. But you don't go up. Oh, it was probably the other one that did all the verticality. Did all the vertical stuff. Just looking at it, I was like, why is that weird looking? I must have copy and pasted that wrong. Oh no, there is one more. It's kind of pointless, seeing as though this isn't a save that I'm going to persist with, but yeah. That bit there is potentially a problem. How far overextended are we? 5... and you're at 207. If I bring it down to here, what are we at? 254? $386? $342? Yeah, about there. So right on 320. So we'll just take it up a little bit further. Yeah, what I need to know is how much flow does it actually need? Site. Ah, it keeps them as ghosts. There we go. Now, we'll pop some pumps down. Just try not to think too hard about how these exist, and it'll all be fine. Yep, very starved is the answer. go. Should actually pause you. Can't have that getting there outside of the main save now, can we? We want prod mods, and then we want furnaces. It's not a true test in a way because I'm not using that steel, but eh. Actually, I probably have to fix that. Because that's the whole point of this exercise, is to see what the iron drain looks like. And if entire setup is practical at all. Oh. Yeah, it's going to take a few dings along the way. It'll be fine. As I say, yeah, it'll be fine. Just be a little banged up. Yeah, it's just a few big asteroids hitting the sides. It'll push them out the way eventually. Yeah, it's rebuilding. I mean, this one, these two really could be a little problematic. Or at least the what explodes out of it will be problematic. Or the collateral damage. Oh, there's actually a third one underneath. No, it's the collateral damage. It's just going to graze the side a little bit. Why I didn't include? As long as you had leaves, it should have done it. Unless it's gone stupid again. Like that time where it wasn't updating points. That was a weird one. I mean, it's only fair. They're kind of jerks. For those that don't know, kookaburras are actually like jerks. When they're not laughing at you, they're stealing your stuff. The hope is that I don't accidentally overwrite this save again. How did that... I saw it laying down red circuits, and then I look away and look back, and then it's those things, brick, whatever it is. She's getting a little banged up on the corners there too. The railgun that's always allowed to fire. Oh, I took away the wrong ones. What was I thinking? Meant to take away the furnaces, not the speed module, productivity modules. 15 sign, nothing has speed modules anymore. See how that deals with it. What we're looking for is what happens here on this pipe. 55, 52, 51. Hovering, it's still going down. I mean, realistically, it's just going to come down to just adding more of these in parallel. But if I can do it in a single pipe segment, that would have been nice. I just want to get an idea of what number of pumps I need. Or if maybe I can do something like run a train up the side. Maybe that's the way to go, is to put the build next to... So maybe instead of putting the build above, put the build next to... Trouble is running the belts in is kind of annoying doing that. Yeah, maybe I'll have to put the build beside it. It would make running belts easier. If at all possible, you want to try and avoid breaking up the pipes into segments. Because the foundries... Yeah, you're running short. The foundries work best when they have something to dump into. I mean, these actually... yeah, it's connected to both just to get the maximum out of it. So yeah. Looks like beside it is. Alright, that settles that. Sort of interesting how the base has developed. It does solve the output problem too, as a consequence. Yeah, you can go there. Yeah, like that. Part of the music, they're almost to the beat. It wasn't far off, was it? Yeah, then we don't need... Oh. Funny thing is you can cut it, but you can't decon it. Makes no sense. We're almost at break time too. So, I'll position myself here, And we'll go take a quick break. What I might do is just position on this thing. I mean, you're not going to be able to see much, but I'll position onto that. And yeah, we're going to take a quick break and be back in a few minutes' time. So don't go too far. We shall be back shortly. Why does the game stop rendering when I do that? Can't see it because the as. I mean, that's kind of the point. I mean, you can't even see it through the overlay. And even with the overlay, you can't even see it either. Because it's such a mess. Excellent. All right. And we're back. Yeah, I need to get. I'm trying to stay on top of the hour and a half ad breaks, because then it kicks the pre-roll off, and then you don't get more ads for the next little while. And I wanted to leave it here just on the off chance that it it finds its way there in time before we get there. Oh, that reminds me. I have something for that Veldak might be interested in. Could be a watch party thing, even though it's like 5 minutes long. They were cleaning out a storeroom at work, and they found some videos. And there's a video here. Year 2000, is the Millennium Bug dangerous? So that'd be something. I don't think I've ever seen an Australian produced one of these things. Normally it's all American stuff. Because I don't really remember there ever being much Millennium Bug stuff. I only really remember it being mostly in the US, the paranoia over it. The only downside is that there's a computer in the way, so that'll be a little whiles off. We need to get the computer out of the way first, and I can set up the machines. There's actually another project that I want to do. Had to hot patch. I mean, it was a legitimate thing, but what I mean is the absolute skies falling in. It's doomsday levels of fear. I mainly associate with the US. Because yeah, there was a lot of there legitimately was a lot of legacy systems which were using 2-digit years. Because the Millennium Bug was known about for a long time. It was more the oh crap, there's this thing that we've known about forever and kept saying it's coming in the future, is now coming now. We better do something about it. Alright, that's all built up. Then... Didn't I manage to conjoin these? Yes, yes I did. Right, what's happening there? Oh yeah, that's that different one. Oh, that's why it was like that. So it links together. Okay then. That is to say, nothing of the resentment quite a few people had because of things like carts. You actually connect? Yeah, you connect. Hang on. Let me... There. What does it look like on the other side? Yeah, so yeah, the time of the Millennium Bug, there were still a lot of people that were legitimately scared of computers. It's quite funny how often you see videos, 70s, 80s, 90s, where people are legitimately scared of like them overthrowing the world or something, becoming sentient. Just reminded me of it with the resentment thing. Yeah, so in there, just flanked it. Unfortunately, it's just going to sit on top of a stone patch and just clog it up. Oh, it's going to be so much wide. 3919. What are we looking like? So much stuff. Yeah, we're on the downward trend now. We hit the peak. We're on the downward. Think of the ordinary car person who now can't fix their car because the computer, and as the computer can't be fixed, and when they break, the world runs on computers and the world will break. That is true, because that was a thing in the early 90s when, that's why OBD2 was a standard. Because the manufacturers were all going a direction of doing their own thing and locking it down, so you couldn't do anything about it. Not enough network storage available? What's going on here? Why are you full of oh. tone that down a little bit, maybe. Okay. How did you fill up with concrete? Why aren't you deleting said concrete? I guess you will be now. $1.3 million. Annoyingly, I can't really flip. I can flip these actually. Just annoying to do. You just got to get rid of all the train stops and signals before you can flip it. Make it a hazmat before recycling? Yeah. Not a bad idea. The problem is that I kind of don't want to, because that build isn't really... how close are we? We're 1 tile away. Or it's one of those builds that's like that, and there is no rotation, like there isn't any even symmetry. Just keep an eye on that. 64. Alright, let's get this thing out of here. $72, $73. I guess that's one way to get it out of here. $980. Alright, let's bring in the army. I'll get rid of it in no time. $994, $995. Alright, I don't think I'm gonna make it back to base in time. And it's the anticipation. 3.999. Shattered planet. Here we are. Just let off a little party popper. There. Back to Nauvis. Then back to Shattered Planet. Just trying to get rid of the stuff that's behind. So I've got the diagonal railguns back, so it clears the sides, and so it should be able to more comfortably sit here. Yeah, it seems to be clearing. Just depends if it keeps spawning stuff in or not. I mean, it's still moving, so it hasn't actually arrived yet. Oh, yeah. Past the base. Straight down. Yeah, now it stops. What I want to do is just go to Nauvis and like that, and there. Just nudge it forward a little bit. So yeah, the stuff behind keeps going back. That's a bit problematic. Well, thankfully it's not too many, so it shouldn't do too much damage, if it does any damage. The quantity sort of suggests that yes, it will do damage. I mean, if this one doesn't, the one behind certainly will try. Yeah, one more laser, just to help it along. Oh, it actually got it. I like to think that this laser contributed. Hey, and that one's retreating. It's leaving the map. It is actually spawning in more. I was sort of hoping I could leave it sit here, but I don't think I can. Not without more sideways railguns. Alright. Back you go. Power out. Try and get away from that that chunklet that's heading straight for the fusion. Oh, it was close. Never understood lasers on platforms. When you get enough laser damage, it is effective. Like they are demolishing the huge asteroid. You can't purely rely on them, but yeah, when you're into proper endgame, you can actually... It is actually a viable strategy. There we go. I ticked the box. I've been to the Shattered Planet. Yeah, when you can do lasers, and then you don't need any ammo. The whole thing simplifies right down to just nothing. Just needs to make the fuel and such. Useful for mop-up, yeah. That's pretty much how they're being used. Well, the front-facing ones are doing the work of the gun turrets, what gun turrets would do, and the side ones are just mop-up. But yeah, you do need, like I'm at laser damage 22, you do need a lot of laser damage. 16 is more than enough to really make them reasonable. But the more the merrier. There's a number of engines I had to pull off though. It's going to take like 3 hours to return. Or something like that. Excellent, we're empty. See, I can't do that now. Yeah, get out of here. I still prefer gun turret. I mean, for most people playing through, gun turrets is perfectly fine. You actually don't really need red ammo as well. Yeah, like this, something like this is more what you would actually do for an inner planet. Just yellow ammo. You legitimately can just do yellow ammo when it's fully upgraded. But yeah, dead simple quality ammo. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. No, it's only when you get into the really high end, like what I'm doing, that you really start thinking about laser turrets instead of gun turrets and such. It is actually possible to do laser turrets instead of rocket turrets, but it can be a little tricky. And again, it's lots of it's upsetting it. Red ammo's fine. Yeah, it is. It's just, at least for the inner planets, it doesn't really matter. I sort of moved away from bothering. Alright, you can get out of here. Now you can get out of here. I presume that's jammed a train. Maybe, maybe not. I'm not really sure. Yeah. Well, at least one train's jammed. Probably make more sense to send it back home. And maybe deleting all this instead of building on top of it. Yeah. Oh yeah, gotta flip it. There's a substation in the way, but I can't see it. Also produce extra iron steel so you can drop it off. Oh yeah. I think the answer is super duper force build. Actually, the answer is again with the you delete by cutting. See, now it's placed down without anything in the way. It's guaranteed 100% to be perfectly fine. Never see any issues ever with the purple science ever. Guarantee, not a guarantee. I mean, in theory, if anything, I should actually pull them apart and put thingy in the middle, but I'm not going to. I also need to turn balls. I forgot about the input. Dear. Because these come up the top, and then they got to go down and then up and in. It does actually work for me. What I can do is I can pick up the build, move it up, because there's plenty of room up here. I can, if I lay out all this track, I can move it up to like, what is it? I can move the build up to like there, and then there should be enough room for it. Maybe. Or I can just rotate all these to point down instead of up. But these are all finer points. Now it's all just sort of figuring it out at this point. I say as I start building it already. It's another one of those things that doesn't really scale to, like, having materials produced from above and then drop down. It works on a smaller scale, but I found that it doesn't really work on a larger scale. And planets like Aquilo, you don't even really need crafting. I mean, most of Aquilo, its resources come from other planets anyway. Like the Holmium plate, you got to bring it from Fulgora. You got to bring the sticks from Fulgora. You got to bring concrete from anywhere. Blue circle. They're actually all from Fulgora, actually. Those things. And so you might as well just bring the low densities and the and such for rocket launches from elsewhere as well. Yeah, what was triangles for? Is that for science? Or was that for something? Oh, those things. Those things can be done in space, though. They just launch the plate into space. I think it works out to be equivalent to each other, those things, to launching as it is to dropping everything down. Okie day. So I was to once again pick this thing up. Da, da, da. Yeah, about there. Hopefully. I appreciate the thingy has stopped working too. It's all quiet now. What I should actually do is connect the belts up to see where it needs to go, and then I can extend the output track as needed. Oh, I also need a calcite delivery somewhere too. Probably just put it on like one side. 16 billion logins found in multiple datasets. Oh, that's the thing I heard about. I heard something about a lot of passwords leaked. That'd be what that is. Takes a bit of effort to make a build. Limit size, stationary platform for Spacer. The client lost his PlayStation account already. So what is it? It's for rail and Y-Fresh data. It's kind of like this thing. I really need to build the better one of this thing. It's still it's still a work in progress. How are you looking? Yeah, it's chugging along. Yeah, this thing deals with all the legendary stuff. Problem is the scale that I'm at is sort of moved beyond what you can do with stationary platforms. I think I've long since deorbited the stationary, like, space science platform. Splitter arrangement here is probably the only thing I really don't like. There's not really any nice way around it. This build is just riddled with little testing infinity stuff. I always forget to remove I leave them in on purpose to remind myself where stuff goes, but inevitably I forget to remove everything. Yeah, like these things here. Spawns in the stone and the power. This is supposed to be here instead. Hey, Sheepduck, how you doing? Kind of like 30 sometimes? I'm not sure. It should be always 60. I'm not sure if it's like the game, where is it? If I dip to the platform, fine. If I go to here, it definitely slows it down to 30. But I might have to play it back and see what's happening. Compression artifacting? Maybe. Like, it should be 60. It's possibly just a Windows 11 thing. I'm not seeing any dropouts on the dashboard. But ever since the G-Cloud outage, it has been a bit funky. Imagine still using Windows. In all honesty, I could see things changing dramatically in just a few years' time. Oh, that's a bad sound. Sent from your Windows machine. Oh, yeah, of course. We're right there. Well, sliding down the peak. I don't know if I want to deal with it, because this is as worst as it'll ever be. And I don't really want to fix it, given that it is going to just get easier from here. But at the same time, it is pretty close. And I think this thing has some spare collector. Yeah, it's got a few spare collectors. So that's alright. One more engine off. Yeah, I think we're sort of at the turning point with Windows. It's when just the most basic things don't work, then you got a problem. If you can get a AMD based system for the next one, it'll be a decent performer. Linux with anything AMD, like the what's it called with the integrated graphics, the current Ryzens or the AI Maxes, those things are crazy. Like any of the current Ryzens will basically give you something like a very fast handheld. And finally connected. Yeah, so I've been going around the different permutations and squeezing the trains in, and so this is now what we're doing for Purple Science. Still going NVIDIA GPU though, can't bet on their tech. Yeah, that's the only thing. I think in theory, NVIDIA is working on an equivalent to the Strix. How big gaming is you? AMD just can't compete with NVIDIA, and this generation translation compatibility still isn't perfect. This generation has just been a complete disaster. I think all round, just been a mess. Like AMD is, for what they're offering, is way too much, price-wise. And yeah, and then you got the modern games, which are also a mess. Now, I remember I was using Word a few months back, and I lost the ability to press the B key, or at least to use the letter B. It's just such a random and specific thing to stop working. I had to completely quit out of it and start it up again for it to start accepting the letter B again. I don't understand why it stopped working. And it is such a basic thing. Like, what is... How does that even happen? We need Intel to not drop out of the discrete GPU game. Yes. So once you start getting the kind of weird quirk... So the thing I'm sort of leaning on with Windows is that... Sounds like such a 1980... It is, isn't it? Was it ESPM? Yes. I think its current science is sitting at 0. Oh no, it's actually going. What are we at? 58,000. So we're consuming 6,000 and we're doing about 88,000. Can't save anything to OneDrive on the PC, but you can in the notebook. They have the same configuration as accounts. Yeah, OneDrive is weird like that. It just does some... It just doesn't work in just the most bizarre ways. Expected over 100k. I can top out a bit over 100k if everything is working perfectly and there's a bit of a buffer. It looks like the something's falling behind. I mean, I say something's falling behind. I know exactly what's falling behind because I just deleted a Stone outpost. So Stone is probably struggling right now. Yeah, I don't use OneDrive. Any of those cloud services, because like because they do scan it, the contents, and if they spot something they don't like, they'll just quietly mark the account for deletion or mark it for termination. Proton's cloud service? Probably fine. I don't know what their policy is. I mean, I know why Google does it, and Microsoft does it, is that if they're preemptively looking for anything that can get them sent to court, and then they can just quietly delete it and hope that the you know, so when it comes to the authorities, they say, "Give us the evidence, please," and we say, "Sorry, we deleted it. we don't have any evidence." Although I think the idea is to knock it over, but long before it gets to that point. During COVID, was asked by the doctor to send pics of their child's nether region. Oh yeah, that went through. That dragged on for like 9 months. Because it like disabled their phone and all their accounts, they couldn't actually do anything. Yeah, even after it died down, it still wasn't resolved. It still took months to sort out. It's Ataka. Sorry, I didn't see you there. Hello there. Most of your accounts are Awarth from Gmail. I've always sort of avoided the login via Google or Microsoft using their OAuth. But it's just the authentication provider. They don't actually care about like linking accounts, as I understand. How fast can you pump out the infinite mining prod researchers with the current level of science? I think it's like a few a minute. I need To restore a stone outpost. Stone. Imagine having a search feature. One. That's amazing. Me and my turning down the generation. You have to go over there, I think. Oh, there's something up there at least. There's a little bit there. Normally on Twitch, but they let it down the last few days. Yeah, on Team YouTube for now. Oh, that's no good. I mean, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter which platform it is on. There is an alternative for subscribing. You don't get access to the best koala emotes on Twitch. There is that Patreon. I only think of it because Taco's like one of a few people on there. Or at least last I looked. I need to overhaul it and actually make better use of it. You know, just lock things behind a paywall, that sort of thing. You use the Gmail for important things. I have tiers of importance for different things. And depending on the service. How many are there? That is a good question. There's not like 2 or 3. This is literally empty. Oh, yeah, I need to... Wow, 50... Jeez. I need to overhaul this. Why is it 550? Oh, that's because of the iPhone crap. The Apple stuff. Stop with Patreon when negative root. Stop there. I haven't seen him in ages. Yeah, 550 and 1550. That's supposed to be like 3 and 10. I really need to pay... As I say, I need to pay more attention to it. The problem is... I don't want... I'm a bit conflicted as to the direction I want to go. Because I can't really do both at the same time. I'm kind of keen on the idea of expanding the Workbench Wednesday and investing more in that. But it means that I won't be able to do as much with videos, game videos. It's sort of a bit of a one or the other. And given the investment of the recent workbenches, more Patreons wouldn't hurt. I need to find the final tally for the Unibone. It wasn't cheap. It's kind of funny, that is. You start with a free computer that was going in the bin, and somehow ends up costing hundreds of dollars. Still. I'm sure there is a thingy that's already been built like that I want. Was reversed. Like this one here. It's maybe not that exact model. And not that one. No. That, no. These are some ancient outposts. Ah, fine. I It's called a hobby. Yeah. That's the thing about hobbies is they get expensive. It actually might be a little too close to the thingy. Are you? Yeah, you are. I'm going to have to loop around. You know, this auto underground and underneathy thing sometimes can just be a little annoying. It's a little over enthusiastic with the way it wants to work. You can have rail. You can stick without. Yeah, just the two of them. I'm pretty sure I now have plenty of that. Oh, GPUs. GPUs? Actually doing something. This thing hasn't run in a while because it's just backed up on Prometheus. Take note of how long the Unibone takes to assemble and back calculate how fast Mojo is at handcrafting green chips. I think most of it'll be setting it up, getting the operating system up and running. Who's complaining? Oh, you again. No, Aquilo. Yeah, you don't have enough hub storage space. Why don't you have enough hub storage space? Because you don't have enough hub storage space. Right, literally. Yeah, seeing as though you're sitting at Nauvis, just chuck that overboard. The funny thing is, I actually did extend this to give it more hub space. Build with stone. They're launching it to this platform. So this platform crafts a foundation. It picks up stone from Nauvis and Fulgora, and then just tours grabbing the other materials and just crafts. I think these are set to enable on like 20,000. Yeah, they're over 22,000 now. Yeah, that. There we go. And that's how we end up with rockets in the pocket, in its pocket. This one also, yeah, it's doing basic. Because endgame eventually, with all legendary, you can actually get away with using the basic production. Not stone from Vulcanus. Currently, I don't have a way to easily launch a lot of stone. Only Nauvis and Fulgora are set up for launching stone. I haven't been to Vulcanus in quite a while. Right, get rid of that. Get rid of you. Yeah, only needs 2 collectors, this thing. It's kind of silly what endgame does. Does it make sense to make purple on Vulcanus, or are the materials too difficult? It superficially sounds easy, but it's a bit of a... It's just so much stone. it doesn't actually really benefit. You got to make a lot of stone somehow, and then turn it into brick. You're still going to smelt it into brick. You do get the benefit of the steel, and like the iron for rail, but it's the you don't really. You do sort of. It's just that you're throwing it instead of making. Well, let's go over here. Instead of making, it's like the legendary stone maker that's over here. Like, what you'll be doing is you'll be taking, like, say, molten copper, and just dumping it back into the lava. Which is... The reason I highlight this is because it's not great for performance, but it's, yeah, but it's just, in general, the stone logistics, I think, kills it. 2 entities destroyed. Huh. Maybe I do need to slow you down a little bit. Oh, destroyed walls, thankfully. Oh, you need repair packs. I don't want to, but I'm gonna have to. Like, this thing's taken... It hasn't taken one big battering, but it's taken enough little hits that it's starting to really become an issue. Like, I can't... I packed 10 spare railguns, and like, they're all gone now. There are no more. That is a major problem. I actually also need to do that. Promethium, iron, promethium, yep. And promethium, iron. I need to alternate. It's one order then the other. Because getting to the Shattered Planet is only half the journey. You've got to make it back in one piece. Why the factory in the void? Worker starting? Alright, have a good one, Tucker. This is a space platform, if this is what you mean. Yeah, Vulcanus. And then there's our regular one over here. Right, you lot done? Yeah, you're done now. It's still got problems on Flora though. Ungora. That shirt, you gotta squiggle around that. And find your way over there. I presume it's still concrete. I'm probably... it's coming down. It's iron plate... copper plate is a bit of an issue. It's just a lot of everything. Yeah, like all these chests are full again. Yeah, but this was meant to be the science base, and it's no longer doing science. So it's not really got a purpose anymore. Also, they built all this. I mean, these are all legendary now. What are we looking at? We are looking at... change it to 1 minute. 149 gigajoules of legendary and 185 gigajoules of regular. From 4,900 to 36,000. Giving a third of what's needed. There it goes. When the lightning kicks in. Is that the lightning kick? No, the lightning was kicking in. Sorry. Now it's on accumulator. This is a separate experiment where I want to see how much of Fungora can run on just lightning. And just eliminate fusion entirely from the equation. It's actually funny, like, these two patches of accumulators, I mean, This one's slightly bigger, but like that's the density difference. I mean, there is also some regular ones, and the other intermediates, like the green ones, are in there too. But yeah, it's just funny that and the size difference. The thing is though that it doesn't really matter having legendary. Like if that's a third of what's needed, just you know, another one there and another one there, and it's done. It does go on top of these patches, but just stuff down there. I think I did point out that I could have just run these patches directly into the scrap here. I didn't need to run trains to the scrap patches. I'm really trying to make it a thing, but you just don't need it. Again, that's just my gripe, and it's not like you press for... Yeah. The only reason you'd be worried about space is just keeping the map small. Yeah, a big map does impact UPS. A big construction queue also doesn't help with the construction. Are they out of track already? No? There they go. I think it was Colonel Will's last, or his first Megabase for Space Age. It lost a lot of UPS to overexplored map. Like, it could have been... Oh, I don't know how to place things. It could have... You know, by exploring less on Gleber and Fugora, a lot less on both of those, could have saved quite a bit. There's a bit of a tangent. The Megabase, I think it was a week or two ago, I did actually download this one. This thing it's a decent amount of playtime, but I think it's a lot of overnight stuff. But no optimizations on that one. It's working on spiders to decon the old base, and I saw that spider robots only work when not moving. Yeah, if you have too much speed, it's the same with the trains. The bots won't deploy if they're traveling too fast. Now there should be a thingy that's like that. Then we want... What do I want? Yeah, just need to slow it down a little bit and then it should be fine. I need like a just... We just have like an anything to... Just a wild card. Anything, any quality to legendary. That would be nice. I don't actually need that. I just remembered there's the book that I liberated does it anyway. Still gotta plug in the rest of this thing. When the spiders move, that has to do with the optimization. The spiders triggers a recheck that goes around the spider does. And the spiders used to be a bit more proactive with placing stuff though. Like, the sort of waiting that I would have to do wasn't as bad previously. Having... It always comes down to having less construction ghosts. It's always the case. You don't have railway tracks, so you're not useful down here. Yeah, because I got so many construction ghosts going on Nauvis, it's kind of killing it. Yeah, and as nice as speedy spiders are, they slowing them down doesn't hurt. That's an old thingy. That one there. It doesn't know what tungsten transport belts are. Quality thingy. What actually is that? Thingy. Oh, it's a recycle loop. And a thingy. You may or may not have seen that on the, no, that's a different one. I did have a blueprint of the platform you see on the screen, on the main menu screen. I think this one is on a picture somewhere too. Anyway, that's not really important. Uh-oh. What's going on? That's not good. Oh. Well, balls. Well, it made it a little bit back. Just, raise your hand and salute, and as we farewell, go Mobile 2. As the as the shattered planet consumes the platform, and it is gone forever. We shall celebrate its achievement of arriving at the shattered planet, but it was unable to return. I should actually maybe launch a memorial to to the shattered planet platform. I think what happened was the lasers overburdened the fusion and it deadlocked itself. Or yes, it indeed did run out of fusion fuel. That was the thing I was watching for. It doesn't take much to make it fall behind on coolant. But yeah, it's more likely that it probably just ran out of fuel. In fact, if I mean, I do have an autosave from 9 minutes ago. Hang on. Yeah, it ran out of fuel. Because it was pegged for the better part of 3 hours, and what is it, 40 gigajoules, and this thing uses saves come. Where is it? There. What did I say? It was 40 gigawatts using, and it can use up to 1.6. Like it was pegging 1 to 1 and just hitting 1.6. Whereas that was 40. Home planet, the engineers. When Will tries to mine a planet too vigorously. A ducky was found on the where the shattered planet was, and it was deemed to eat the duck. I could have set up a decon filter, but I'm lazy. And even though I'm pretty sure I already have one. Probably already set up. No, I don't. You just need to load up on more fuel cells each refuel session. I mean, it was only taking enough for a shallow run. It wasn't really equipped to actually go to a shattered planet properly. There we go. Big decon book. So yes, it is a really good idea. Make a blueprint book that is just the various things you want to decon. The planet was exploding, and the planet was the only way to get Prometheum. Or we fell to 59 UPS and exploded the planet to get more, more faster. More faster planet decon. Yeah. I should move those down there because they're a bit more unique. Yeah, something for nature specifically, and then something for cliffs specifically. I should actually get rid of fish from this. Then I could actually have another slot for other stuff. Because I don't actually have everything in here. You're in there, you're in there. Derp, 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 derp. Derp? I think you're there. I don't see it. Yeah, I don't see it anywhere else, so it must be. This one. Is the tile remover. Yeah, it has to be in the title. Not to be confused with this tile, which is Tile Ghost. Yeah, the Tile Ghost decon. Items on ground, and then this kind of random crap. One thing that I've also started doing is having a dedicated book that just holds everything. I've found that very beneficial. It's something that I've avoided for the longest time, but for things, you know, there's a few, for all the odds and ends, I just started putting it in here. Like Tonk and the fish, the glorious fish. How is Stone doing now? It's probably on the struggle bus a bit. Because it needs more trains down here. There we go. Tend to use the game only tab as opposed to global library for those kind of one-off prints. Yeah, I used to use the game prints, I just tend to forget that it exists every now and then. Like that should really be in there. I don't think I have a power upgrader. Because yeah, that's like all the factories. Inserters, turrets, but no power upgraders, no just other random odds and ends. Been over a year. Good thing you caught up so soon. You actually just missed out. You missed out on waving goodbye to the Shattered Planet platform. But welcome back to the eternal procrastination that is my streams, I guess. How's it going? I do have a little bit of space left over. There. Just give it some room for the this crap, and you know, just not have everything too tight together. Admittedly, though, for my streams, I've sort of been a bit all over the place for the last year, or actually several years. I mean, even this time slot isn't really a guarantee. But it is nice to be regular again. Even if temporary. Alright, you lot got any, oh, there's one spider left behind. Now, I feel happy with the progress, but at the same time, I do have this perpetual feeling of spinning wheels when it comes to actually developing this base. Because we've very much been going round and round in circles almost endlessly. I think it's time also to get rid of these biters. I mean, I can see the circles. I should have turned the circles off. I had that on for pentapod purposes. There we go. Even though there's another one. Oh, it's from over there. Another biter island? Yeah. Alien pollution? Not quite. It gets to a point in this where nothing really matters anymore. Yeah, just got to thin out their numbers though. Yeah, how it is with biters. You can't let them leave them in peace for too long. They're stuck in the middle of trying to work their way through all the spawners. Could use a laser upgrade. Yeah, 1 or 2. Even though these are like plus 10 bajillion% health. What are they? 800 plus 887%. Yeah, they have a lot of hit points now. I don't think I actually have that many lasers too. I could also use artillery on it. Alright, that's thinned out enough. Got better things to do than play with the native insect population. Close enough. Oh, someone's got splitters. Excellent. Now, I wonder if anyone has, oh, I have those. Speed modules. Pretty much nothing carries much in the way of splitters. That's why it's every inventory's so short on them. Like my inventory's short on them, the spiders are short on them. Now this is brick. Which just sort of misses slightly. Hooray! A thingy's done. There. That's what mining productive. 2 minutes. Alright. The stone plugged in. Well, the first stone plugged in out of 2. Or at least ghosted in. It's not actually plugged in if you really want to be pedantic about it. Not like I didn't take a blueprint of this stuff already or something. Yep, 4 and 4. That would actually make a heck of a lot more sense. It's the first one. What's it at? Yeah, about 2 minutes. It's sort of... Yeah, it's topping out about 103, a bit over 100. But it's a bit up and down, so it sort of sits somewhere in that vicinity. Keep in mind, that's just the starter SPM. That's not even close to what we can potentially actually do. I don't actually know what we can actually do. But I suspect the answer is a fairly large number. That's got the same mismatch. Three, three, four, four. Yeah, take a fixed one. That would make sense for blueprinting. That'd be 3 to 4. There, there, and there. It's funny too, this playlist is a bit of a throwback. It's a lot of things I remember hearing very frequently at one point in time in this lot. There, get that construction queue down. Oh boy. Where does it end? Down here. Dang it. Okay. Now, is there a way I can do this in a lazy way that makes it a little bit quicker? And the answer is, I mean, technically yes, but I probably shouldn't. And just that one, which is a little bit overbuilt. Cool. And then just got to do the same for the other side. Yeah, now the build is properly fleshed out. It feels like it, like it's not half baked. And as I say, I still got to do that side. Is it as easy as copying and flipping? Yeah. Oh, I missed a rail signal. I thought I didn't see one. Oh, there it is. exactly one. That's why. And now it'll flip. Okay, it's just a rock. See, it's off by one. Which actually makes sense now that I think about it. Let's go further down. Like that. Get rid of you, get rid of the signal, get rid of the stomp. Alright, come over here. Flip. That's the line that we want. And that's... Yeah, that's what we want to place down. Pair it all down, move the base one tile. Well, hopefully it hasn't come to that yet. Hopefully it won't come to that either. Yeah, there we go. We managed to squeeze that all in. And I think... Yeah, the rest of it's still, from the previous ghost, is still connected as well. I will need to run wires up here, so I'll need to figure that out. Like, I'll need to do a bit of control on that. I need to actually sit down and figure out what I want to do for circuit control, train dispatching. As a side note, should actually grab a clip of the Shattered Planet platform going down. I meant to say that before. Alright, how are we looking now? Yeah, just queuing up on the main line a little bit there. I'm guessing that's helped out with their... kind of helped out with the stone supply. Yeah, it's better. It really... So, the thing with this is it really needs a little bit more... another stone unloader. What's the current SPM? It's about 100,000. Yeah, it's just under. Which isn't bad for the current base. It's sort of way beyond what it was really intended to do. Yeah, 4 stacked green belts out of this train stop is just way more than it can really reasonably deliver. This tracks are such a mess. It really should, like, for each train, it should really only be pulling out, like, 1 belt's worth. And then you have, or maybe 2 belts worth, and then double the number of unloads. Yeah, it's, a lot of pressure otherwise on the belt, on the train unloader. Yeah, struggling on those. Wow, leather stuff's actually struggling. I wouldn't be surprised if there isn't like 1,000. Yeah, oh, there was 1,000. Well, 500. I just saw them all get scooped up. I'm guessing they're being launched right now. Yes. What is that? 150 are just being launched. And they're still grabbing greens from there. You're still loading that up. Should actually figure out what to queue up next. A lot of the infinite sciences are sort of getting beyond what the base can reasonably do. I mean, yeah, maybe stronger explosives, but yeah, like 22 million. I suppose it could do work at robot speed. Agora can supply it, but yeah, once they're 16 million and over 16 million, it's sort of a bit of a struggle. I'm not touching electric damage yet. I'm saving that for when the current base is finished. Same with like refined flammables. You're a fan of train depots and opening stations to limited one train demand? More mining prod never hurts. That is true, yes. As far as the Vulcanist situation goes, I may need to interrupt my current adventures, or maybe what I should do is finally sit down and figure out the current problems with the train supply, and then get the supply train building this automagically. Depots are a bad thing. I suppose it depends on what you're... Yeah. For most implementations, yes. I was actually thinking the sort of systems that I have done in the past where it's... what was that? Oh, it's a combinator and a sleepy sign. The mech armor, the mech suit, just makes trains irrelevant. It's kind of sad. You don't have to think about not running in front of a train anymore. You can just happily fly over them now. No, wait, why are you? It's the only one's built. Yeah, normally I would do a demand-based system. Which is a lot more efficient. So it would like send out, depending on what the base needed, it would send a train out as it needed more, and it would eventually reach an equilibrium of it'd send out the number of trains it needs to maintain itself. You say that back last year, there was a bug that let us steal Exterm's power armor. It was hilarious. It turns out that if you set a construction request to your inventory, if someone had the same item equipped, like the Power Armor Mark II, their bots, if they had any, would dutifully fulfill that request by unequipping their own power armor and then equipping it to the person requesting it. It was extremely funny when that happened. I don't think we'd actually laughed so much when we did that in a long time. Sounds logical. It made perfect sense. Yeah, we're laughing at it for like 15 minutes. And just watching Exterm chase the bot that had plucked it out and trying to pluck it out of the air to get his power armor back. Depots means the travel or more, which means if you're given demand, you need a lot more trains. Yeah, so the other way to go, instead of doing demand-based, where you have just sort of unstructured generic trains, you end up with a lot of excess traffic that's just going between depots and sidings and things. It's the limitation of LTN. That was kind of pointless because you're already... Oh no, you're not. You have track. You lie. Now, I can't help but notice that like purple size used to take this space up here, and now it's using 4 times as much space up here. And I mean, it's not that bad, but it is a little concerning. I mean, but it gives you an idea of... It was a revelation that I had that I should have seen sooner, that I wasn't properly accounting for the amount of space the trains needed. And so I needed to really revise all this stuff and clean it up. And yeah, I was right. It's amazing what happens when you think things through entirely, instead of just sort of eyeballing it. Don't want to have refuel stations that visit based on an interrupt. as I've demonstrated. Is it the same number of machines? It's the same number of machines, it's just that it now includes all of the train unloads, which I didn't properly account for before. And I didn't account for all the space that the train unloads would need. I sort of built it more... I built it in a naive and conventional way. And that's... I mean, it works, but it probably won't work at scale. And so this is a bit more throughput permitting. Alright, next refill. As I say, I might just set some bots up, some delivery bots up for that. I'm also thinking maybe I could have snuck a calcite delivery in there, but I might just tack it on like the far end there and just run across everything. It doesn't matter. Where are we? Yeah, stone, brick, stone, brick, melting, iron melting specifically. Yeah, no bells crossing. It's a nice change. I mean, realistically, I could change these to deliver calcite, and just use this iron patch here, and just not bother delivering iron at all. I kind of want to do that. That's the thing. This is the thing with Space Age, though, is that you just don't need delivery anymore. Like, I could just use this patch to get all the iron, or all the iron and steel that I need to make the purple science. It doesn't actually need iron outposting. Between the mining productivity and the big drills, it just doesn't matter. I'm deliberately avoiding it though, but I have a feeling I'm going to use it. That seems a little offset. Because it is offset. Right, how do these tile together? Poorly. How close did I get to this? Very. Might be the way to go, is just have supports there. I think that's workable. Could actually even do it one every 2. Let's change that. Oops. Change that to by 3. Also release the spiders. But I need to then figure out... oh, hello, bot. What happens is with the generic depot setup is that most of the trains get in each other's way as they're just shuffling around, going to and from depots, not actually doing any work. I should preface that all of these train things, they only really matter at the very, top 10% end of high-end bases, and that most people will probably never actually see any issues. And that's pretty much true of most of the things that we sort of look at. You'll probably never encounter most of the problems. Or most of the shortcomings, I should call them. They're not really problems. Because the reason it's a problem is entirely contrived by the circumstance that it's been put into. Like, it's not a problem if you're doing the kind of, 100,000 ESPM, which is actually 6,500 real science a minute of consumption. Like, you'll probably never see the issue at this level. But if you were doing 1 million or 2 million a million or 2 million ESPM, science a minute, then all of these things are going to show up. I like to preface all that just because at the end of the day, it is an open world game. There isn't really one way to play. And there is the jokingly say you're doing it all wrong, but again, it's meant facetiously. Melorith, good morning. We don't literally mean it as a point of contempt that you do, just scoff. You're doing it all wrong. You're free to do what you want. They're not the fun police, and you don't want to be the fun police. I don't remember where I was going with that rambling. I just trying to make the point. Alright, we're incrementally closer to having that thing rebuilt. As I say, I might just let the bots do the automatic delivery do the rest. Because I need to think about the next lot. I'm not sure how I'm going to approach it and do it. Just a side note, yeah, I need 4 belts here. Which is red circuits. I do want a dedicated circuit facility. Because... well, just because. Really, what it comes down to. This is a small starter base. Yeah, this is just a starter Megabase, just to try and feel things out, Yeah. I have this sneaking suspicion. Belts don't reach. 7, 14. What it does have is track. Need to be at least twice as big. I've sort of set this up. Okay, you do need to be there. Sort of set this up to be scalable. I mean, I do have a bit of a problem with tiling bases, but at the same time, it gets to a point where you sort of got to go down that path. And I might make an exception this time. Yeah, you are in the way. It's all about that doubling. Does make sense that when I think about it, I got a hanger-oner there. Interestingly, of all the things that you need out of this, is there's a lot of elevator rail supports. They can get expensive. Oh, it's because the spacing changed. At least early. I mean, at the point that I'm at, I can just churn them out, like as many as I want, whenever I want. But you know, when you're first making these things, they can be a little bit brutal. You know, the 20 refined concrete. It's not that much, but at scale, you do actually feel it. There we go. Might need a. It's possible I'll need to turn this into a 4-way one. If I need to do that, then I need multiple elevated runs. It's something that I've theorized but never actually really implemented. No, you'd have to do something like that. Oh, you could probably start it like that if it was to do a 4-way one. To have a single branching point. What would it be? No, it has to be after, like that. Hey, settle down. Yeah, as soon as it doesn't collide. There. Yeah, and the last one's flat. So yeah, that'd be how you'd separate out a 4-lane thing. So I gotta I gotta leave enough room to do that. Make different runs for different stations. Suppose you're giving stations all runs. Yeah, I mean most of these are going to be stone trains, so they don't all need to go out the same way. Like all the stone trains can go out one way, and then because they're all going to go to nominally to the same place, and then the iron train is probably not going to actually run at all. It's going to go elsewhere. I'm just sort of setting up the broad strokes of what I want. We'll figure out the details later. I sort of want to keep things progressing. Got like 5 minutes to fill. But you are 100% right. Like, there's no... The stone only needs to go to stone, and the iron doesn't need to interact with it. And the calcite definitely doesn't. And what's going to happen is the this stuff that does the things in the junk. Oh yeah, they're going to go through the track there, and then the lab trains can be entirely out of their way. Interestingly, I can do logistic and automation quite easily. That madness that was the stone miner brick build from Colonel Will, that's going to be a lot of trains. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not looking forward to it. At least I've got a bit of space now to actually work with. This seed sucks, by the way. I do not like this seed. That's probably been the biggest demotivator of this playthrough, is the just all of them. At Vulcanus sucks. Nauvis sucks. Gleba, I'm fine with Gleba. Gleba's cool. Gleba's never bad. Fagora, I'm indifferent to. I mean, Fagora was nice to me, so I can't complain. And Aquilo, there's no such thing as randomness for Aquilo. Every Aquilo is basically the same. None of it matters. It's the same stuff you get that you base for normal playthrough. What you start with is all you ever need, and if you need more of it, it isn't far away. Like all three things that I need are right there, and there's more oil there if that's an inconvenient place. So yeah. Plan for current base allow for two-sided PCB rules on the train network: north-south elevated, east-west is flats. All rules will be broken for any given build as needed. Each item has its own network. I should revisit that one. It was an idea that I had ages ago, but it was just too complicated of a problem for me to be bothered. I mean, it is possible to solve it. It was just too annoying to solve. The idea was you would have, your different smelters. And I don't have belt to really link it in, and you'd have the iron trains come in. I mean, they would still be on the same line. I may have shown this once at some point in the past or not. Different trains come in. It's like the outpost line, and then you have like green, then red. There, maybe multiples of like green circuits. And then red circuits, and then blue circuits. Maybe there, or maybe there. Like, you'd have these ranks, and you would have, like, little train sub-networks that would lash these together. And, then you would have others that would lash a bit further and back round like that, there. The problem is that, like, if you have some small linkage ones here, then inevitably it's, just sort of shimmy it across. If I can draw it, it's going to shimmy across, lash into this one, and then work its way back around, and it became just an absolute nightmare to wrap your head around everything, because then again you're going to need another one here to lash red circuits into blue circuits, something like that. The idea was to have these like tiered rings of train networks, but it was like green circuits going to blue, and then red going to, and then green going to red, and then red going to blue. That one was solvable, but it was, once you started getting into the sciences, it became more and more of a nightmare to try and disentangle it. I do have a diagram. I may still have a diagram somewhere of me at least partially building it. But this is more possible with elevated rails, and your idea actually reminded me of it, and I should explore it again. At the very least, it would be interesting. depending on what your definition of interesting is. Then there's also the there was one where I wanted well, part of the reason why I don't really pursue it, I haven't really strongly pursued it, is there was one idea that I had where you have Roboport clusters. You can see it in your head now. You want to try it? I had I had this idea of Roboport clusters. It is actually a good idea. I want to, like, Exterm's sending supporters to space is probably the kind of closest to it, with some crossovers and a lot of compromises. But yeah, years ago I had this idea of having Roboport clusters like this, where materials are brought in by belts, something like that, for picking up, and then the Roboport cluster does whatever crafting is necessary to process it, and then passes it on to the next cluster. I forget where I got the idea from, but it became just an absolute mind melter to figure out, and I just got sick of it. I think that was one of the there are VODs of that on YouTube, and it just sort of abruptly ends. I think even like the last two, you can see I'm just over it. 5 PM stream? Yeah, we're just ending. We have just reached... have we reached the end? No, we haven't. We're a little early because we started late. Oh, that's already done. I think also... I forget what it was. I was doing like... trying to do either too much or too little in each cluster. If Nugreet remembers, you would know what I was doing wrong, because he actually did call it out. Well, I say call it out. I mean, you had some tips to make it better. I just don't remember at the minute. Yes, Darthy, you're 4 hours late. We should put you on punishment detail and send you to Aquilo. There's nothing to do there, but other than just lots of cold. Yeah, they're stuck now. Yeah, we've tweaked the purple a little bit. I guess I'm going to have to evict some biters at the rate we're going. As we scoop up some fish. Yeah, like these two. Could probably get away with like one delivery of each. It's cold? Cold here this morning. What was it this morning? Hang on, let me look it up. I'm kind of curious, because I didn't actually look it up. I have a feeling it was 0 or close to 0. Having different bot networks for different things, isn't that irregular? It was the same cluster idea, but with bots. But it really needed to do, like, you know, raw materials to green science kind of thing. It's apparently 11 right now. It was 0 at 6:30 this morning. A lovely warm 0. yeah, I think one of each for this is probably fine. Because those are fully self-contained. Chemical science only needs red circuits. So I could probably plop chemical science here. In line with it. I actually should also consider going the other way, not necessarily turning left. And like as well, like how I have the 2 and 2, I could go 2 one way, 2 the other way, just to push them in different directions. Craft and compile. Hello. Alright, there. Get free. Out the way. What's going on, everyone? Welcome on in. We're just pretending to build things. What are we gonna do? Just contemplating at the minute. So, chemical science needs red circuits. So, if I was to push red circuits along... Hello, pretending to build things. Exactly. That's what we like to hear. Because, yeah, I got 4 belts running along here, and then, you know, the chemical science could be here. It can pick up more, and then I can have the circuit build, which then feeds into utility science and everything else, because I don't think green circuits goes into anything else. Oh, it goes into electric and... Oh, that's, it's one machine, it doesn't matter. I could do that with the... Like, I could siphon... For electric engine circuits, I could siphon off the... for some reason RAID didn't work. Oh, that's unfortunate. It's been a bit funky the last few days. I mean, it did go off before. It actually shows 2 of them. Anyway, how you doing? Thank you for the raid. So what were you working on? Wasn't like compiling, was it? Doing well? How am I doing? Yeah, not bad. We've just been, in all seriousness, we've just been reworking my large-scale purple science plans. Just got done making some progress on slaying demolishers and automate our volcano space. Nice. It's always good when you get to the point where you can start slaying demolishers and really just giving them the slap down. Demolishers are allergic to nukes to the face usually. At least the small. Oh, you can do it with the medium ones. I think there's better ways now, but that was how I dealt with them. Yeah, at the minute I'm just figuring out. So my plans are 115,200 science a minute, which is equivalent to 8 stacked green belts. Made some nukes for the medium. Yeah, it's like 1 or 2 or 1 to 3 to the face if you get it just right with the mediums. As soon as you get the railgun though, it's game over. You just look at them and they get deleted. You do have to shoot down their spine though, because then the damage stacks up as it penetrates. What are you up to? Oh, yeah, still not. I'm not using Promethium. Just got the Kavorex with 40U235. Now we just wait. Ah, it's the waiting time. Thankfully that isn't needed in science anymore. I forgot what I was looking at. I gotta deal with that too. Oh, I don't want to do military. I don't want to go to school today. You know what? What the time on you? A minute. What are we at? 248, 249. 250. And maybe just bump it to some research productivity. Ah, and thank you for the follow there. Oh, I walk them over that. I try not to walk the spider. So if you have, for those who are wondering why I try and send the spiders around, there's a dedicated robo network here, and I try and avoid letting them walk through. All this robo network does is recycle grind biter eggs, and eventually it gets turned into legendary prod 3 modules. You made a box of 40 uranium of all quality levels that truly sucked, but quite worth it when you wanted to scale things like biolabs. Yeah, that would help in that way. I think what did I do? No, I just brute force recycled them. Not captive biter spawners. Where are they? There they are. Yeah, I just brute forced these stupid things. It was running for hours, but it slowly made a few hundred of them. Okay, now I'm just sort of procrastinating, I think. I'm not actually getting things done. Yeah, as I say, a goal is 8 green belts of science packs, and just for the last little while I've been trying to figure out how to pull all these science builds together. I got the actual builds figured out, but it's actually implementing them that's the tricky part now. I'll be guessing what's flickering is... yeah, it is. It's a pipe that probably doesn't belong. Why aren't you connected? I mean, I realize it could be connected horizontally. Because of that. I guess you get to be connected horizontally. So there. Oh, it's 3 tiles, that's why. I was like, why isn't it sitting in the center? It's because they're the wrong number. What's the science per minute? So the current science per minute is only about 100,000. Sits about... It can't... like the starter base... this is the base that we started with. It's sort of at its limit now. It's making as much as it can to supply the current labs. It's... yeah, it's run short on purple. That's why it sort of oscillates the way it does. The carbon fiber rains down. So yeah, now I'm working on... or now we're working on cleaning up Vulcanus, you know, finally cleaning up this. Yeah, Nauvis, sorry, not Vulcanus. Vulcanus needs to be done. All this needs to be consolidated. Yeah, I mean, I have thrown a lot of research productivity. What's the research productivity? Yeah, research productivity 53. But yeah, the other planets are generally set up for large-scale production. A measly 70. You'll get there. Arguably, at least early on, you don't need a huge amount because you're the bottleneck. As you set up each of the planets, like you sort of hit a wall until you can send the next science pack back from the different planets. And so not having a huge science per minute isn't really the end of the world. I mean, I do chew through these in like 2.5 minutes. It's silly. Yeah, Gleber... What's it doing? It can do... Yeah, it's doing... Well, I can actually look what it's doing. 11,000 a minute. That's right, that builds 11,000 a minute. Agora, we built that out a little while ago. It's unhappy. Oh, you're up to 1 million copper plate now. Where's this copper plate coming from? I mean, I think I know the answer to that question, and I think the answer is it's probably coming from recycling copper wire. Yeah, you greater than 20k. You should be taking copper wire. You should be taking copper wire. That one. I saw the casting one, and then it threw me off. Yeah, so this one recycles it and allows it to be it allows it to be recycled and reused. Wait, what's oh, it's coming from the circuits. Whereas this one just tries to, I mean, it doesn't necessarily successfully delete it, but it tries to delete whatever gets thrown at it. Got science automating between the planets though, and making decent progress. Probably going to Gleber once the medium demolisher is down and tungsten's automated. Excellent. Gleber's the fun one. Fulgora, it has its moment, but eventually gets tiring. Demolisher, once you finish the beating demolishers on Vulcanus, it's basically conquered. And Aquila was just sadness. It's a boring planet with boringness and lots of heat pipes. I don't think I ever need to visit this place ever again, unless I want to consolidate things further, and I don't really want to. I can't be bothered. Yeah. At the start, you're like, oh yeah, you got to figure out how to put the heat pipes around all this stuff to make it work. And then after a few hours of it, you're like, oh damn it, now I've got to squeeze all these heat pipes around these things to make them work. And so you end up with a planet full of heat pipe. Yeah, biolabs of various quality prod 3 modules. I remember that phase. Admittedly, that changed once I had enough legendary prod 3s. I just couldn't think. I might have to end soon. My brain's turning to mush. As I said, I'm kind of procrastinating at this point, not getting things done. Makes it hard to calculate. Oh yeah, because everything's just all over the place. I mean, at the very least, the spiders can maybe deploy some landfill. You haven't gone to Fagora yet in your current save? You haven't? Have you gone to Gleber at least? That's the important question. It's the burning question that actually matters, is have you gone to Gleber? If you haven't, now's a good time. Right, let's just warm up this a little bit. There it is. You can actually see the beacon spike. Right, let's lighten this up a little bit, just so we can actually see what's going on remotely. This is your first Space Age playthrough, and I've done vanilla playthrough. Oh, you've done one vanilla playthrough. Okay. This is My first save, although I've had quite a few months to put onto the save, and it's technically not my first Space Age playthrough. Because I have played with other people as helped out on their saves. Alright, let there be power. One done one. Yeah, sounds like you need food. Sounds like a good plan. I actually need to end soon as well. As I say, my brain is starting to shut down. Right, one there, which means one. Go further. Oh, I need more up top anyway. I just like visibility. I like lots of visibility on my base. I'll put lots of radars down. Time to integrate biochambers into oil cracking and fuel production. Oh, you've gone that way. Yeah, there we go. Legendary beacons. Just added an extra whole whack to it. Yeah, there should be a whole lot there. All the extra power. Making planets self-sufficient isn't all they're cracked up to be. Found better to make Gleba the source of blue, LDS and rocket fuel for the others. Eventually make them self-sufficient. Yeah, Gleba can do all that pretty easily. And because it's central, it's a lot quicker to distribute stuff out and around. Actually, that makes me think, what does Vulcanus need? I've forgotten. It needs calcite and... calcite? Oh yeah, calcite for water. And then coal for liquefaction? What's it called? Liquefaction, yeah. And then it does traditional oil. And then traditional rocket fuel. Yeah, Vulcanus isn't... I hadn't really thought about it. Because I hadn't really done it in a long time. But Vulcanus is... I mean, this is way early game. I could probably vastly simplify this. But it doesn't really need... well, actually... We'd probably get away with basic cracking instead. Because basic cracking just makes... no, that's coal liquefaction. Simple coal liquefaction just makes heavy oil. As I said a while back, Vulcanus is just lava flavored Nauvis. It is. It 100% is, yeah. Most of what you do, like there's a few extra steps, like with the acid neutralization, but at the end of the day, it's just Nauvis. It really is. I mean, that was pretty much the conclusion from the start. It's just another Nauvis. Oh, it does need to make plastic for low density. So oh, the ad interruption, yeah. Do not get the love. It seems mixed. I've seen people say nervous science on Vulcanus is a bait and to not do it. It's not nearly as good as it sounds. When I looked into nervous science on Gleba, it was a similar story. Ad ended. Yeah. Oh yeah, ad breaks over. Yeah, when you're doing like the Nauvis Science on Gleba, you really have two builds bolted onto each other. Instead of mining drills, mining up copper and iron on Nauvis, what you're actually doing is running a where is it? You're really just running an agricultural industry to run um, iron and copper bacteria breeding. Hey Will, how you doing? And then that then just bolts onto where the mining drills would be. So it's really a net negative to do any of the yeah, really any of the net Nauvis science on Gleba. You're just better off doing it directly on Nauvis. Because most of the machines are in the science itself. It's not actually in the Gleba side. And for the high drain stuff, you start needing an absurd number of these things, biochambers making iron, particularly for like purple science, and doubly so because Gleba can't supply stone to purple science either. A better one would be utility science, but same thing. It's most of your energy goes into making the bacteria, and then it's just still the same build. You still got to make the robo frames. You still got to make the low density and blue circuits, not green circuits. You know, all those things. Wherever it is, there it is. Yeah. Actually making your purple and yellow on Vulcanus and shipping it back. I can see it being done. It would work with... A lot of people go that path of doing yellow and purple on Vulcanus. It kind of leans into it with the... Yellow at least leans into it with the foundry. You just need to make plastic. And you know, you got the lava for the rest on tap. But trouble is, it hits the same problem as at the end of the day, most of the build is just itself, not really... The planet isn't really assisting that much, other than a little bit of convenience for the resources. Make enough the specialty products as you only want to just recently ship out a few science packs to get all the tech unlocked. See purple and Vulcanus just to eat the stone, but that's about it. Actually, what I saw of purple on Vulcanus was having to build stone spawners. I should actually try it out and see what it looks like. The trouble is though, is I don't know what it looks like from... It's one of those things you really got to set up a UPS test for. And see which does more. Because if you're doing the Nauvis science off world, there's the expense of launch. You then need to launch it off the planet and then deliver it back to Nauvis. And there's a bit of an overhead to that. That's all full of fish. Am I still crafting spiders? No, astonishingly. There was a problem with the legendary spider crafter, and so as a result, I have a lot of legendary spiders now. But I digress. All right. We're thoroughly derailed and distracted, but at the same time, I got one purple build. Small victories. And it puts more... Yeah, there is... I don't know what the upper limit of what the hub can do, but there is an upper limit to how much throughput you can pull out of a hub, the Nauvis hub. Yeah. It's legendary Spidertrons. Need to eat the legendary fish. Only 2 this time. Aim a bit low. I think it took me recycle grinding fish. It took like 20 minutes of it to get a legendary one. Yeah, at some point I've got to visit this thing. This monstrosity. I gotta deal with the lack of speed modules issue. Where are they? There. Yeah, there's 44 at the minute. 500 of those, 2,000. There's 20,000 speed ones. Legendary speed ones, that is. And yeah, there's just a lot of intermediate levels. I just got some industrial strength crafting going on. I realize that the speed 1s and 2s don't have quality. It's only the I should actually take them out of those. It's only the speed 3 crafting that has quality. It's supposed to have quality now. These are also, are they? Oh no, they, yeah, it's a mix, yeah. You can tell what phase they were built in. Oh. Yeah, because the quality, like 1s and 2s, they're just making lots of higher mid-quality circuits. Yeah, I've still got the... I don't think mine's running properly anymore. It is actually making fish though. And it's basically making mold. Hub needs serious dev attention. It does. It's not a great solution the way it is. There are a lot of things that are like that though. Will I do? No, I don't think you can do that from memory. That's a modded thing to do that. Once you got legendary quality, yeah, you got to get to the planet of sadness before you can do legendary. It's actually kind of funny. When you first unlock legendary, it's like this near unachievable thing, and then eventually it's like you just start swimming in legendary stuff. Like won't let me do things. Oh, it won't let me place them in the water. $2,700 common to get one legendary. That's about right. Experience great sadness before experiencing great legendary. Ah, no, it's speed modules now. Oh wow, that's epic cryo plant. Again, you can tell how old some of these builds are. Buy the nest to feed fish breeding, then import the fish for the biochamber. Oh yeah, for the oil cracking. The Glebber-based oil cracking. Realistically, all this fish breeder is doing is just slowly consuming bioflux just to stop it from getting too old. Oh yeah, we're on research productivity. I hadn't even noticed. It's 65,000 SPM now. For those who don't know, research productivity is 120 seconds right there, whereas most of the other infinites are only 60. And except for one exception that I'm trying to spot and I can't, which is 30. So if I was to do follow robot count, I would get 200,000 signs a minute. Yeah, I know it's not Glebber based, but it's using as in, like, it's not on Glebber. What I mean is it's the Glebber based oil, as in it's using Glebber processes for oil on Nauvis. No, those oil things don't work on Glebber. Mainly because you can do them directly with the smooth brains and wrinkle brains. It could be worse. It could be Glebber being completely useless for everything. It nearly was the case. Alright, anyway, I need to end here. I need to get out of here. I need to get dinner. So, I'm gonna go find someone to raid and maybe, what are we doing? We're back on Captain of Industry next week, next Tuesday, and then work. This is why I need to go. I can't talk anymore. We're on Workbench Wednesday again next week. I got the PCB and hopefully all the parts, if I did the bomb correctly, the bill of materials, and so we'll be able to make the assemble a little PCB next week. Don't be late for work. Yes, I'll be with Colonel Will tomorrow for hopefully going to the Shattered Planet. And then we'll continue this next Friday. Who are we going to say hi to? Maholic's on. Regan Black's apparently playing Factorio as well. Shattered platform? Yeah. So my platform made it to the Shattered Planet, but it didn't make it back. It ran out of fusion fuel. Yeah, let's go say hi to Mr. Maholic. Doing a little bit of Questorio too, so I want to go have a look. Yeah, so there's the YouTube and all that. If you want to see VODs and all that, catch up on what we've been doing. Right. There's some raid messages. We can go copy and paste into Maholic's chat. And there it is. Let's go say hi. And other than that, thank you all very much for being here, watching, hanging out. Appreciate you all as always, and I shall see you next time.